I'd love to hear. But she was, oh yeah, she was on
Good now.
family.
Welcome everyone. It is Monday, November 6th, 2023. Welcome to the regular council session of the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc. The municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 21 territory. We are thankful to the generations of people who have taken care of this land, including the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, the Munsee Delaware First Nation, and the Oneida Nation of the Thames. Roll call, looks like everyone's present, Brian?
Yes.
Someone to approve tonight's agenda. Motion, Deputy Mayor McGuire, second by Councillor Pammer, all in favor? Carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, approval of the minutes, of a motion that the regular council meeting minutes of October 16th, 2023 be approved as written. Motion, Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Motion that the special meeting minutes of October 23rd, 2023 be approved as written. Motion, Deputy Mayor McGuire, second somebody, Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Motion that the Finance Committee meeting minutes of October 23, 2023 be approved as written. Someone to bring a motion. Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Thank you for that. Notice of motions. We have a motion from these motions that are going to be voted on tonight. Motion from Councillor Wilsey. I will read the motion. Motion that council directs staff to bring forward a report to council on the current delegation of council authority policy and practices, including the delegation of council authority policy and the disposition of land policy for council's review and consideration. A motion to bring in. Councillor Wilsey, second by Councillor Derbyshire. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. The second is from Councillor Pammer. This is to be voted on also. The motion reads as follows. Council be provided an update on the sale of the former senior center, 137 Frank Street, including timeline, conditions of sale, and specifics of any outstanding items to complete the sale. Someone to bring the motion? Councillor Pammer, second by Councillor Hippel. Any questions? Councillor Pelkman.
I don't have an issue with the report. It just, that would be an in-camera item when it would come back to council.
Yeah, we'll defer to CAO McKibben.
Yes, as it's regard to disposition of land, it will be in an enclosed session.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is from Councillor Derbyshire. This will be voted on also. The motion reads as follows. The council directs staff to bring forward a report comparing the charges for private drain connections set by other municipalities within a 150-kilometer radius to ensure the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc is comparable to other progressive municipalities, and further, that the report include developer-driven projects, the municipality-driven projects, and further, the report be brought to the December 18th, 2023 council meeting for consideration. Someone bring the motion. Councillor Derbyshire, seconder, Deputy Mayor McGuire. Any questions? Councillor Brennan. My apologies.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the motion, it states private drain connection set by other municipalities within a kilometer of 150 kilometers radius. So it says other municipalities within 150 kilometers. Does other mean all municipalities within a 150 kilometer radius through the chair?
No. Councilor Derbyshire?
I would say yes. Like, I mean, it's just a comparable to try to figure out where we're kind of at. I mean, I don't think it's gonna take very long to realize where we're at once you start looking at it. So, I mean, you can amend that, John, or Councilor Brennan, if you would like it to, you know, say something to comparable sizes, this, that, but I do believe that if we just, like, that's a broad enough kind of thing to go after, so.
Just a follow-up.
Yep, follow up, Councilor Brennan.
Yeah, I just want to be specific about what the motion's asking staff to do, because number one, I would wonder how many municipalities are within 150 kilometers radius, and that I'd want to ask staff how much time they estimate it would take to complete such a report, and whether this could be done by December 18th. So maybe that would go through the chair to a staff member who might be able to talk about the amount of work hours we're looking at here, and whether or not the December 18th date is feasible.
I'm going to defer to CAO McKibben.
Thank you, through the chair. I think my concern, all municipalities is a very large number, and I guess my concern is sometimes you don't get a response from all the municipalities. So if we could narrow that down, that would be very helpful to staff, because my concern is we wouldn't be able to bring back that information for December 18th, because I don't think we would have the time to gather all of that information in that time period, just based on getting the responses from municipalities.
Councilor Derbyshire.
Okay, most other municipalities post, you can actually just go on private train connection. I think I found 20 or 30 in, well, it took me 15 minutes to unload my transport, and I had 15 or 20 of them already kind of written down. I'm just looking for a comparable as to how we got to 17.5 when other municipalities are nowhere near that. Larger municipalities, smaller municipalities, like I didn't want to just say pick ones our size. There's municipalities that are far greater than ours that are cheaper. There's ones that are smaller. There's none that I've found so far that are more expensive than ours, I can tell you that much. So whatever you want to pick, like you make a suggestion or a motion, and you know, I guess we can vote on that.
I just going to make a suggestion, Councilor Derbyshire.
Yep.
And to the CAO, I actually think the word other is appropriate, because it allows some latitude. So if we do stick to your deadline, I mean, if staff are able to get 10, 15 by that date, but I actually think the word other works because it allows some latitude. So, okay. Councilor Pelkman, I apologize.
No need to apologize, thank you. So two comments. First is I would like to see the date stripped from the motion. I don't like seeing the dates put on the motions, because I think it's the CAO's job to manage the jobs that are put on to the staff. You know, we as council, you brought it up, obviously there's an urgency to getting the answers, because I'm assuming you want it as part of the budget discussions, because it does have budgetary implications. So I think the CAO can decide on the urgency of the matter and the time frame. The second is, I just want to make sure that, because I did the same thing, I sat on the internet and started looking, and you have to compare apples to apples, because there were some municipalities that had a fee, but there's no work being done, whereas, you know, ours is a fee with the work being constructed, and that's two very different things. So I just want to make sure that whatever report is done, that kind of information is included.
Councilor Derbyshire.
I will just say back to that, yes, the budget is coming up, but we also have projects that this will affect that are coming up that people should know, and we should have an idea. You know, there also is one that we have put off till January 1st, which could have implications to this. As far as the work being done, that's why I asked for the ones driven by the municipality and ones driven by developer. So that's like when you get into that scope of work, when you look at a lot of them that are driven by where they're driven, it depends on who pays for said work.
Any other comment, questions? Deputy Mayor McGuire.
So I'm not still sure about the whole number, so I'm just asking for a friendly amendment that it has a minimum of a dozen comparators.
Should have more than that.
Well, I'm just putting a number out there for discussion purposes, so I'll make the motion for a dozen comparators. It starts the conversation.
Are you asking Councilor Derbyshire for a
I
friendly
did.
amendment? That's the easiest way.
I did.
Yeah, I can do that if everyone's agreeable. It's totally,
Yep.
sorry,
So friendly amendment that we change the wording, and Brian will help me this, that, just add the wording. At least 12 comparators. Councilor Hippel.
Sorry, actually, yeah, you just kind of answered what I was gonna say. You said at least 12. I was gonna say, I'm not sure that 12 would be enough, but you said if you put in at least, I think that probably works.
Yeah, Councilor Pelton.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I wouldn't want to specify a number. I think, this could lead to a paradigm shift in how we're charging sewer charges. I think the more comparators we have, the better. So I think Councilor Derbyshire's wording there is fine.
Okay. So we didn't vote on, well, we had a friendly amendment, we didn't vote on it. We don't on friendly amendments. Circle back on this, or we okay with the wording others still?
I'm fine with the other, so I'll withdraw my request for a friendly amendment. We just need a report to see where we stand, and then something else will drive from that perhaps, that's all.
Okay. Councilor Cass.
I don't think we've settled on that date, question, so.
Okay. Councilor Derbyshire, any input on the date? You have a suggestion, Councilor Peltman?
I think I would just prefer that last portion be stripped off and the CAO decide what date it be brought forward to council. There's an urgency to it. I don't disagree with that, but I don't like us getting into the constant putting dates on motions, because then we're micromanaging staff as to what they're doing without knowing what's on their desk in the meantime.
Councilor Wilsey, then I'll make a suggestion as far as the timing.
I was gonna say, as far as the timing, if council puts something forward, staff typically has to work on council suggestions, and all the research and training I've done, if council's wishes are to have a report by a certain date, that takes priority. So I don't have an issue with putting that date on there. I think with the budget coming up and with the projects we have that are coming up and the fees that are deferred till January 1st, it cannot be later than this date. It potentially could be earlier, so I would be, maybe suggest we do the 18th, December 18th meeting or before, but I wouldn't make it any later than that, because then it's gonna be after, we have to revise and.
Councilor Peltman.
Okay, I'll just make my opinion known. I can't support this motion with the date attached. I can support the motion without the date on it.
Okay. Play Solomon a little bit here, and just wonder, we do all understand the urgency to get this. Councilor Derbyshire, would the wording in a timely manner suffice?
if the decision for Queen Street gets moved back, then I'll take in a timely manner. But if not, the 18th is the last date to find out whether that charge is what it is before we have to sit down with and go through with them. So.
Did you, CAO McKibben?
Thank you. Through the chair, perhaps I can just help in by saying I can commit to staff having this report forward on December 18th. We've already had discussions on this and have been working towards this. So maybe to help with the discussion, we can commit to have that coming forward on December 18th.
Okay. Seeing that, then we've had our any other discussion? Seeing none, you have the motions in front of you. I don't think there were any friendly amendments. We stuck with the motions as they were. All in favor of the motions as they are. Opposed, if any? Carried. Third one is from Deputy Mayor McGuire. This is to be voted on also. 2 recommendations: that the fire chief bring forward a report on Fire Station 2, and Fire Station 3, and further that the report include the conditions of both structures with estimated repair costs, if any, with recommendations. Someone to bring the motion, Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hippel. Questions? Councillor Kennis.
Just a question. I had thought that there were condition reports done on all of these fire halls in the last 2 to 3 years, but I could be wrong. I could be totally out to lunch on that, so.
Deputy Mayor McGuire.
So during the drafting of the motion, and again today, I've reviewed the fire master plan. So the first thing I noticed inside the fire master plan, it says it's a living document. And it talks about all types of reviews, and it certainly talks about, back in section 5, that reviewing all of the stations is a recommendation. So really, this motion is that a report from the chief. You know, I'm not looking for another 100-page report. I'm looking for where do we stand and what do you think, which may drive a bigger conversation later, as opposed to some huge in-depth report and we're like, yeah, we didn't want that. So I'm really looking at where do we stand on 2 and 3? Do you have anything you want to tell us? And that's why I say an estimate of repairs. Like, are we looking at this number that we need to really worry about, or are we looking at something that's manageable?
Councillor Pammer.
So just for clarification, what you want is a report to include the physical condition of the structure. You're not talking about equipment, and you're concerned about the buildings? Is that?
This is about the facilities.
The
yes,
facilities.
building, yeah.
Could we maybe just be a little more specific in that motion? Maybe?
I can, I'll pull it back up.
You want to make a friendly amendment, Councillor Pammer, with suggested language?
So that the report include the physical condition of both building structures with estimated repair costs, if any. I guess that the first line is very vague, the second is a little bit better, but I just want to keep the scope where you want it.
Fair enough. The fire chief bring forward a report on the physical structure of the building structure on Fire Station 2 and Fire Station 3, and further that report includes as the rest is written there. So we're specifying the building.
Okay. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. And for clarification, when we're saying estimated repair costs, if any, with recommendations, we're not talking about renovations. We're just talking about repairs to existing equipment.
Building.
The building, like
Yeah.
building starts, like
So
HVAC
I should have my
systems.
microphone on, and it should be going through you, Your Worship, so
Yeah.
Yep.
if I can respond.
Yeah.
Yeah, my thought on this is, let's say the fire chief may come back and say, the structure itself does not facilitate the current needs. We need to do whatever, so, or it needs a whole bunch of general minor repair, you know, so the physical structure of the building is there and it's good, or the physical structure is such that it's no longer meeting our needs. I see this report, depending on what comes back, may lead to the next request, as opposed to this being the starting and finishing report. Because he may come back and say there's nothing wrong.
Just when Councillor McKibben wants to clarify. See, I just. I wouldn't take that one.
I'm sorry.
Through the chair, if I could just clarify with council then on the discussion, are you seeking like a building condition reports? Because that does require some budget numbers to be able to do that. I just to put that out there to council.
I'm not sure what are the budget numbers. Like, I'm looking, yes, you're right, I am looking for that, and I'm looking for a rough estimate as to what the dollar cost we could be looking at.
CEO McKibben.
Through the chair, perhaps if we could hear from Director Lilburn on
Yeah.
sort of what the process entails and what some of the associated costs with this condition assessment would entail, if that's okay with council.
Director Littleborn.
Through the chair to council, what I have heard tonight is we're looking for a building condition assessment. Building condition assessments are not necessarily conducted by staff. They're conducted by engineering firms who come in and evaluate your structure, everything from lighting to electrical, to heating, ventilation, to structure, flooring, all of that. So that's a building condition assessment. Typically, we're about $10,000 a building. If you're looking for the opinion of the fire chief on is the building sufficient to house the fire services needs for the next 15 years, that's a professional opinion on the ability to accommodate the growth of the fire service. But neither myself nor the fire chief have the expertise to go behind sitting back and developing you a formal building condition assessment. We've done building condition assessments on many of our facilities, including this one we're sitting in today, as well as many of our recreational facilities. So I just trying to get an understanding of what exactly it is we're looking for, because when we refer to a condition assessment, that's not necessarily a layperson doing that work.
Let me jump in, Deputy Mayor, because I don't mean to leave you hanging on this, because this was originally my motion. So I will ask what I was seeking when I originally brought the motion. We're about to enter a multi-year budget process on capital and questions about fire halls or capital money we may need to spend. So I just think it behooves us, if we're gonna have that discussion, to have an expense in front of us so we can make an intelligent, educated decision on capital spend. So Deputy Mayor, I appreciate you bringing the motion, but it was initially my motion. That's strictly what my initial look, no preconceived notions, just we need to know, my estimation, going into the multi-year budget, what the cost would be on those two buildings, and to see if is a replacement warranted or a renovation warranted. So I'll go to the Deputy Mayor, then I see you there, Councillor Wilsey.
I will just say, the motion says that the fire chief, I'm not looking for a structural engineer, I'm asking the fire chief. And Councillor Palmer brings up what exactly are we talking about? We're talking about the buildings themselves. I want a report from the fire chief on those two buildings, Station 2 and Station 3. And I want him to tell me what he thinks the condition of those structures are and what he thinks estimated cost could be. And that might not even be a number, it might be an opinion. It's large or it's small. That report then may drive a new conversation at this horseshoe as to setting something in motion as far as taking a priority on one of these two buildings or having a further discussion. Yeah. So this is a very high-level report from the fire chief.
Councillor Wilsey.
Listening to the questions that are going back and forth, this seems like it's very similar to what's already contained in the fire master plan that was done in 2021 and the location study. It talked about whether we could expand the buildings, whether there was room for them, the issues with the fire halls. We did all of this close to 3 years ago. And it was a good study. It is also, if you look at it, everything was supposed to be implemented within 3 years, which is April of 2024, which is only 5-6 months away. So we've already done most of this. If we're going to redo part of the fire master plan, it might be an idea to relook at everything and see what options are still open if we want to relook at that whole fire master plan rather than just doing it piecemeal all the way through. I just don't, getting the opinion on something that seems like it's already contained in a report that we have doesn't seem like a good choice to do at the moment right now when there's so much else that's going to be expiring that fire master plan in 5 months.
Any other comments?
I-
One more, Deputy
Yeah, I
Mayor,
mean, I
and
have
then we'll
to-
put it to a vote.
I have to respond.
Yep, I
The
guess.
executive summary on page 1, basically after you get through the table of content, says this is a living document. So everything inside of here is a living document. It was only valid the minute it was written. And then it's from there, it's just a plan, and plans get reviewed. All I want the fire chief to do is take a look at the document, he's very familiar with it, and tell me, do we need to look at 2 and 3? And then we can have a discussion from there.
Councilor Derbyshire.
Okay, so if we're gonna go with that theory, then we look at 1, 2, and 3. And maybe we just wanna set this motion aside and wait for the motion, or the report that I asked for with the test on the air quality of the stations. Maybe that will have some impact on possibly these two. I don't quite understand asking the fire chief whether these work or not. We can look at them and know they don't work. Like I can walk in there and say this doesn't work. The guys have said, the association said our halls don't work. Everyone said it doesn't work. So we're more coming down to where are we going to spend our money? And if this is the debate that we want to open up, then I think we open it up to 1, 2, and 3. And then you spend your $10 million on the hall that needs to be replaced the most. That's where I would head, instead of just debating 2 and 3. 2 and 3 both said they need to be replaced, and I mean, there's numerous things in every report that say it. If you want to ask a question, ask 1, 2, and 3, and who needs it most.
One more, then we need to bring this one around. Councilor Brennan.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. I may be oversimplifying here then, but are we then asking the fire chief if he still supports the findings of the fire master plan with relation to Station 2 and Station 3? If it's a living document, is that what we're asking him to do through the chair to the Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor.
Essentially, yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, got it. One more, Councilor Palmer, then we need to.
So just, I'm on the same lines as Councilor Brennan, so maybe a friendly amendment would be that we ask the fire chief to review or make some comments on the fire master plan. Like what I would like to see, the master plan would have items set out, where we are in those items, or where he sees a priority. Some sort of feedback on the plan that's already there, as opposed to starting over with something new. Where are we in the fire master plan? Does he still support it? Have there been other priorities?
I'll just give a quick answer to it. Fire master plan is over 140 pages long with 19 very detailed recommendations, all which have a time for review or completion to them. So I'm sure he does that on a regular basis. I know all of those things happen. I'm just trying to nitpick on that one little issue as we walk into a 4-year multi-budget. Chief, where do we stand on 2 and 3? What's your opinion on 2 and 3? I think, I'll be honest, I think the conversation around the horseshoe is probably longer than it'll take him to give an answer on 2 and 3.
Okay, heard the motion, bring it to motion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. The next motion by Deputy Mayor McGuire is not to be voted on. We'll deal with that at the next council meeting. Communication, first we'll receive the communication, then we'll ask if any need to be pulled for discussion. Motion the council receive the communication items for information. Someone to bring the motion. Councilor Palmer, second by Councilor Wilsey. Anyone wish to pull any of the communications? Councilor Brennan.
6.1, please.
Okay. Any others? Councilor Kennis.
6.3 and 6.4.
Okay. Any other? Councilor Hippel.
6.2, please.
Okay.
Just pull them all.
All right. Any others? Okay. Did anyone pull 6.3? You did, that was you? Okay, that was you, thank you. Okay, Councillor Brennan, 6.1.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Had several discussions with various members of the community about the cricket ground idea. We've had a sizable increase in the groups of people who seem to have grown up with cricket, specifically from southwest India, the Kerala district. I was invited to their Onam celebration, Harvest Festival, earlier in the year. And I learned at that time that there was between 150 to 200 residents in the Strathroy-Caradoc area from the Kerala district. Their native language is Malayalam. And I have 3 little boys who live next door to me every day who teach me another word, Malayalam. But as you know, with the British colonial activity in India, cricket became very big in India, and as well as many other parts of the British Empire. So it seems like a nice opportunity to get something going here. They have competitive groups already. They play in London, and I know they've been in talks, I think, with Mr. Lattimore and I think Mr. Lilbourne on this. And it would just mean that there's probably a process that we could engage in that would allow a first crack at a cricket ground that might not be completely full size, but you know, we could get people, their expertise in the community to help design that pitch. And depending on availability of land and how well the program goes and whether it grows and whether they have a kids league and stuff like that, 5 years down the road, 3 years, who knows, maybe there'd be a demand to create a full-size cricket ground. I think this could be a fun item for the community, and in the same way that we saw soccer grow, we might see cricket grow. So this is an exciting opportunity, and in my discussions with them, I asked them to provide a simple, clean letter and a list of supporters. And there's an extensive list of people there. I think it's 3 or 4 pages. So I think this is an exciting opportunity, and I look forward to see what we can do with it.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor, you had a comment, Councillor Kennis?
Yeah. Just my knowledge of cricket is, I know more about the crickets that chirp than about the game of cricket, but just wondering, can like existing playing fields, like, can they be adapted to be multi-purpose to provide some sort of, if it was possible to do?
Yeah, we'll defer to Director Lilbourne. Could you answer that, Director Lilbourne?
Through the chair to Councillor Kennis, absolutely they can, and they're already doing it in some respects. A full-size cricket pitch is between 4 to 5 acres. They recommend between 5 to 6 actually for the other amenities that would go along with it. So we are working with them. The Community Services Department is actually looking at developing a youth program in conjunction with some of the new residents in the community to help bring some education to the program.
Councillor Peltman.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So as I just thought I'd go online and see who's playing cricket around here, and I believe there's only 3 fields west of Toronto. One is on an existing football field in Guelph, so they are repurposing a playing field. But if I understand when I looked at it correctly, it's basically a football field, but you turn it in a circle, and that's kind of the space that you need. So from an economic development perspective, you know, if you can get in the game early, you know, this is a sector of the community that's only going to grow. But I was reminded also when I was on the museum board, I had the privilege of going through Mary Wright's house after she passed away to see if there's any historical items of importance, and found a whole set of cricket gear from the Wrights when they were young men. So I thought that was an interesting tie. There's a history of cricket in the community going way back, but it seems to have disappeared at some point. So I just thought I'd bring that as a fun fact for tonight.
Any other comments or questions? Minus this, all I know about cricket, they're very civilized. They break for sandwiches at halftime or whatever. I think that is an extremely civilized sport. Councillor Hip, oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor?
No, was gonna say, is this something that we could refer back to CDAC for, I guess their eyes?
Director Littlemore, did you want to comment on that?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor, absolutely. Would expect that staff would bring a report to CDAC for some discussion.
In that regards then, am I able to make a motion to refer this document to CDAC for their review?
You are.
Thank you. I'll make that motion.
Second of Deputy Mayors, Councillor Canis, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Hippel, you want to talk about 6.2?
I do, thank you, Your Worship. I actually just have a few questions on it. This is quite a letter, this is quite an ask, and I've had a lot of responses from the community about this. So my question, I had many, but my question at first was, would this not be a conflict of interest for him even asking this, as he is already on the Caradoc community or Caradoc Housing Board? And then my second question would be, what do we do with this?
On the first question, I'm going to defer to CAO McKibben if there is a possible conflict.
Through the chair to council, conflict of interest is declared by the party themselves. I can't as a CAO tell someone if they have a conflict of interest or not. That is something that is determined by each member of the committees, and so I can't comment specifically on that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on this? Yeah, Councillor Pammer.
So, just would like CEO McGibbon's feedback. My understanding, there's two parts to this letter. The first is that he's asking us to support a letter that he's writing to the City of London. And I assume that is because it's an RGI units, or why is he writing to the City of London, I guess is my first question.
CAO McKibben.
If I may, sorry, through the worship, if I may, I think a staff report back probably would be best for council to provide some information and some background, if council is agreeable to that.
Yeah, Councillor Hippel.
Oh, sorry, through your worship. Without this coming out wrong, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think we need to do a staff report on it. I was just wondering, it was something that there was a lot of people very concerned about when they read it and brought it to my attention. And when I say quite a few people, I don't mean like 2 or 3, I mean a lot. So it's just, they were concerned we're going into budget, and I think they were worried that this was something we were going to consider. I don't think we need to put staff time, energy, or any kind of anything into that, if you're okay with that, if everybody else is okay with that. I just wondered if it was a conflict of interest. That was it.
CAO McKibben.
Through the chair, absolutely. My thought was I didn't want to provide a verbal information and it be incorrect. So that's why I always like to refer things back for staff reports so we have time to put things down. But if council deems that that is not necessary, then absolutely, we don't need to do that.
Any other, Councillor Pelkman?
I think it would be wise to get a staff report on this issue, so I'd be happy to make that motion.
Anyone to second that motion? Councillor Pammer, all in favor of Councillor Pelkman's motion that we have a staff report prepared? Pardon me?
Discussion.
Oh, I apologize. I just got it. Discussion.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, I support the idea of a report because I do have questions, and one of them is as follows. It says in the report here, this letter here, today we are 98% complete. We have been carrying the mortgage for the last 18 months without any rental loss coverage from insurance. Rental loss totaling $467,000. I'm not a developer. I don't know much about these things. Is there an implication here that there would have been an ability to carry insurance for rental loss coverage, which they did not have? And I'm wondering why, so if they've lost $467,000 due to rental loss, because they didn't carry an insurance policy that protected them against rental loss, I'd like to know if that's the case. I just don't know what's going on here, and I don't want the appearance to be in the community that the council is subsidizing a developer in town and not subsidizing other developers in town. So I would like to see a report of information before waiving any fees and things such as that. So thank you very much.
Any other comment? Councillor Derbyshire, then Councillor Canis.
I guess I'll make a comment to council. This is a private matter. This is a private business. We should not be touching this with a 10-foot pole, let alone a report. We shouldn't even have brought it. If you didn't want to talk about it or discuss it, just leave it. We're now having a discussion to get a report on someone's private business to see if we want to help give them the money they're asking for, which doesn't sound like anyone wants to do that, so we just want the information for what purpose. I don't understand spending any staff time, energy, money, none of it. I don't. That's my opinion. That's how I feel. I don't need to know any more about this. I feel bad for them. That's tough luck, but that's private business.
Councillor Canis.
Councillor Derbyshire and I usually don't agree on a lot of things, but I do agree with him 100% on this one. And this was, for everyone's recollection, this owner applied for a property tax rebate a couple of meetings ago, which we granted, and and I don't think we had a lot of choice in that, but that was part of I think that's the extent of our involvement really at this point. So I would agree with him on that one. So.
Well, there's an easy. Councillor Hippel, then we take this to a vote. Okay?
Yeah, no, I will say I agree with Councillor Derbyshire, but I did bring it up because I was asked by many residents to bring it up. And when they ask me because they have concerns, I want to do that. So, but I agree with you.
Okay. Well, we have, Councillor Derbyshire.
I was asked by a lot of people too. I told them it's private business, none of our business, it shouldn't be discussed.
Yep.
That's the way, and I would think, he doesn't have a conflict of interest. I would ask whether the board members would actually have a conflict of interest voting on this. Would be more that'd be my question, but.
Yeah, and I could answer that one if I want, but anyway, Councillor Pelkman, then we'll take this to a vote.
Yep, so I'll give my reasons why I want a staff report as opposed to just draw. There's two parts to this, as Councillor Pammer pointed out. And, when the original building was built, we passed motions in council for him to be able to access funds. And I believe that there was a break in the property tax because he was taxed at single-family dwelling as opposed to multi-unit residential. So, but in order for that first part to be responded to, I think that we need information on, not so much the ask for the money. I kind of agree with Councillor Derbyshire on that one, but in terms of supporting the developer with a potential change to the building structure to make sure that he stays within the original agreement which we were party to, I think that needs to be answered.
So we have a second motion in front of us that staff provide a report on Tim Zavitz's request for support regarding 516 Albert Street. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion's defeated. Councillor Canis, 6.3 Blue Water Recycling Association Board of Directors meeting highlights. You had a question.
Yeah, my question, I guess, relates more to some of the information in this letter. And again, it goes back to the change of responsibility for recycling. And it's mentioned in the newsletter that happening in 2024. I just wondered how that is seen to impact, like, to the individual resident, the cost of garbage collection, and will there be a reduction in the amount that individual homeowners pay because recycling is gonna be taken on by the producer of the material. Yeah, just wondering, yeah, what's up with that, so.
Well, and I had questions, and Councillor Wilsey is our representative of Blue Water Recycling. I asked him a question about the budget increase, so let's turn it over to Councillor Wilsey.
Yeah, there's a few points, and I think I can answer most of those questions. So with where we're at with the Blue Water Recycling, there's two different points. There are the collection of residences, and there's also the collection of institutions and businesses. The collection of residences is covered by the producer pay, so that is the fee that we're the producers have to pay for anything, but that's only for collecting your residences. And right now, there is an agreement with the Blue Water Recycling where we will continue that until 2032. So if you're a homeowner, nothing's going to change. It's still going to be picked up the same day. That's all going to stay the same. After 2 years, in 2025, what's going to happen is what you can put in your recycling bin is going to change, and that should broaden, and we should be able to recycle more. The bigger issue that we have coming up there is starting in 2025, commercial businesses and institutions, which include our town hall, our parks, schools, churches, will not be covered under the producer pay, and there will have to be a separate agreement to collect from those properties coming forward. That's not until 2025. There's a couple of years to work on that, and there's some things in the works to figure out what we can do on that. So really, as a homeowner, until 2032, your collection will stay the same. If you're a business, it's going to stay the same for the next 2 years, but then it will change again after that. As far as the fee, there is a fee has gone up from $69 to $70 per bin per house. So houses right now have 2 bins. They have a garbage and a recycling bin. That fee charged by Blue Water is going to go up from $69 to $70 per bin. Going forward, after April 1st, Blue Water will no longer be charging the homeowner for that fee. That will be covered under the contract. So for the first 3 months of the year, Blue Water will be charging the municipality for the recycling pickup. After that, it will not. The actual change to the homeowner is going to be different by municipality because the departments don't always pass through that same fee to the resident. So I know mine isn't I didn't check to see what mine actually was, but it's not always a straight pass through from the Blue Water fee to the recycling. There's some things that are tacked on there by the different departments. So we're going to have to see a staff report, which should be coming through because the Blue Water has been working with staff of all the different municipalities it collects from for the past 3 months. This collection agreement was finalized in early October, so hopefully soon we will know what the changes will be. And then the other option beyond that is once that fee for the recycling bin drops off, there's 2 things that are going to happen. Is if we go down to a single bin, the cost of collecting just garbage, if recycling isn't collected or goes through different, may actually go up depending on how it changes per bin. That's a ways off. We don't have to worry about that quite yet. But the other part is that there are green bin programs that which we could potentially use to offset that difference in recycling and see what that change is going to go. And that's going to be part of the staff on a municipality by municipality basis that we can bring forward. So as far as Blue Water is concerned, the bins are only going up by $1 a year. And nothing is going to change for the next 2 years as far as collection. But there are things that will change on a municipal level based on how much the municipality chooses to charge the residents and whether or not they're going to be having a green bin for all the Blue Water recycling area, which is from Greater Bruce all the way down to Did I miss anything? Were there any other questions on Blue Water?
Sorry, Councillor Pammer, I was reading my notes. I had one too.
That's okay. Not a question directly, but, well, I guess it is a question to CEO given. Do we have a report coming from the municipality about the changes? Specifically, I would like to see the option of a green bin in the municipality. What would that look like for us to do ASAP? Other municipalities are getting in line with that pretty quickly. So just wondering if that's already in the works, or do we need a motion, or do we need to do some process to get that going?
CAO McKibben.
Through your worship, I will have to look into the timing of the report. I don't have an answer for you tonight. but there will be forthcoming information to council.
Okay. Any other, Councillor Pelkman?
Yes, thank you. Through you to Councillor Wilsey. Do we know how many commercial customers there are, or what percentage of the pickup is commercial? Because I know, for instance, like my own employment, we have a separate contract that we do our stuff through, and when I was, my previous employer was, was a whole gamut of different things. So I'm just curious how many commercial customers we would have on the bid system.
If I recall correctly, it's somewhere around 3 to 5% of the collection. So it's not a huge amount, but it's enough where what the biggest issue is that some of the smaller businesses, like the ones we have in downtown Strathroy, where they have residences up above and commercial below, the commercial below will not be collected, but the residents will be. So you have to keep that separate, and there's those issues. It's mostly going to affect probably some of the smaller stores who still use it. For instance, like the Mount Bridges Veterinary Clinic. They're gonna go up $1 a bin for all their collection, but when you drive past there, they have 12 recycling bins out. So they'll have to find a different way to get that through, and it's not gonna be $70 per bin per year anymore. It's gonna be whatever their collection's gonna be. But there is a couple of years to work out that, and we are trying to see if there is a way that Blue Water can do a different truck or put different municipalities together, or get a different commercial in place.
Any other comments? Okay, Councillor Kennis, you want to discuss 6.4, the 2023 Q3 building permit stats.
Well, one is a comment, the other is a question. The comment is really on page 3. I just wanted to point out the multi-unit residential for 21, 22, and 23. There's only 37 units, and I believe all those 37 units are Caradoc housing, I believe, so the new building there. So just an FYI, that while we may have approved many multi-unit residential plans, the one being built is, the only one that was built in the last 3 years was the one Caradoc housing is doing. The question was on the value of, the construction value of permits issued, and I was just wondering, again, those numbers are way down from previous years, but just wondering what percentage of that would be commercial and what percentage of that would be residential. If, again, just an off the top of your head number would be great.
I believe that's Director Hopp.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Kennis. I don't have that number off the top of my head, to be quite honest. I know we had quite a big permit that came in early in the year, and that was not residentially related, but unfortunately, I'm not prepared to answer that question at this time. I can certainly let council know afterwards, though.
Yeah, safe to say is it's a good chunk of the way.
Absolutely, yes,
Yep.
it is.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we had the motions, but we never voted on it, correct, Brad?
Correct.
So a motion to accept the correspondence. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Reports from departments, financial services. We have a recommendation that the report FIN 2023-42 be received for information and the applications be approved for processing. Motion to accept. Councillor Kennis, seconded by Deputy Mayor McGuire. Any questions of Director Dakin? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Building and planning, first up is the local service, the oversizing policy update, BBP 2023-121. First, we'll have a motion to receive the report. Motion to receive, Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Palmer. All in favor? Carried. Next two motions are that council approves the local servicing oversizing policy, and further, that bylaw number 8623, local servicing oversizing policy, be referred to the bylaws section of the agenda for approval. Motion to carry those two. Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Pelkman. Questions, if any? Councillor Wilsey.
I had a couple. It says, when I'm reading through it, all the different sections, it says that the cost of the following shall be payable through development charges. But there's no note on how much of them should be paid through, if they're 100% payable or partially payable, and that just carries through on every different section. So that's my first question, is how much of the costs, and do we need to define that? Because I know there's a lot of times where only a portion of the project is payable, and this reads like the whole portion is payable. And then there's another section in 1.10. It says, talks about natural heritage, and it says that the fenced area by the developers has to be built without access points or gates. So my question is, if we're fencing in an area without any access points or gates, how do we get in there if we have to do maintenance? Or if it's a natural heritage area, how do we do maintenance or anything that needs to be done in there? I think those two things at a minimum need to be addressed.
Director Huff, could you address both? Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Wilsey. So with respect to your first question about how do we know how much of the DCs are payable for each of the project items, so that would defer back to the DC study itself, which identifies each project and how much of that project's total cost is a DC eligible cost and how much of it is a BTE or benefit to existing cost. And so obviously we're creating this policy before we have the invoices or projections for each of these projects. But what we do is we assess when we tender a project, we define its costs, we evaluate the line-by-line items and how it jives with the development charge study and portion those costs according to the development study. This policy is merely saying that those portion of costs that are identified in the DC project as DC eligible are to be paid by DCs.
And sorry, do you want to answer the second question first, Director Huff, then we'll follow up, Councillor Wilsey.
Yeah, so thank you again. So I think the intent of this particular comment about the perimeter fencing is that the developer pay for the perimeter fencing, but not including the gates, for the very purpose that Councillor Wilsey has raised. The gates are provided solely to provide access to the municipality. So generally we don't allow, fencing that is adjacent to a storm pond. The only gate that would be there to provide us access to it. And so we would pay for that, the developer would not. And that's why that policy is written as such.
Councillor Wilsey.
So the first question is, Director Huff was very clear. We said the portion of the costs, but the bylaw that we're going to pass doesn't say the portion of the cost. It says the costs. So it doesn't say just a portion of, or as determined by the development fees. It doesn't read that way. It just says the costs, and then it goes on to list all the things underneath. And that's like that for every section. So the way I read that, and we could potentially be challenged later on this, we might have to pay the whole cost even if they're not development fee related, just by passing that, just because that language isn't clear. Also, I understand the description on the fence of the gates, but if we need a verbal explanation as to why it's written that way, it seems like the language in the bylaw should be clearer.
Deputy Mayor McGuire.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can ask the director, in section 1, so 1.1 through to 1.9, there's a similar phrase in each of those, and it refers to a development charges background study. So just out of my own ignorance, I'm not familiar with that. Can you just enlighten me as to what that is, who does that?
Thank you. Through the worship to Deputy Mayor. So before the municipality can pass a development charge bylaw, a development charge background study is required to be produced, and it's produced with the assistance of our consultant who does development charges. So there's two firms in Ontario really that specialize in development charges. One is Hempson, the other is Watson. We use Hempson. So Hempson works closely with the directors here to evaluate and identify all of the project costs that are identified either on master plans. This is infrastructure projects coming forward. So we identify with the help of Hemson all of the larger infrastructure costs that are coming down through our master plans, our asset plans. I'm sure there's a number of other plans out there, but when we do these background studies for, say, the official plan, we do a transportation master plan, we identify infrastructure improvements. Those improvements are then brought forward into the development charge bylaw through the background study. So if it's not identified as a project in the background study, we don't collect for it. And so it's really important that we have a fulsome description of all of the projects in that background study, and so then we can start collecting accordingly for them so that we have the funds when we actually do the work.
Councillor Pelkman.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I guess to whoever's willing to answer it, I actually somewhat agree with Councillor Wilsey that just skimming through how many times it says the costs of, it's significant. So maybe it should read the costs of or portion of the costs. If we change that phrase in each of those sections, would provide the latitude that would be required for what's identified in the development charge study.
Any other comments? Yeah, Councillor Derbyshire, then I want to make a comment. Yep.
I was just gonna make a comment about possibly putting, when we talk about fences or gates or this or that, sometimes we have trails that abut people's property, and I know we probably are going to cover this in a fencing bylaw, but maybe this is something that we would like the developer to kick in on to cover if we have a trail, maybe there should be a fence put on, a privacy fence put up on either side, just so that we're not kind of in the middle with the people. You know, this can be a developer, not to put more on the developer, but that might get us out from underneath some of this, I want a fence, you pay half, this, that. Let's just put it here and drive the cost that way. If that was something maybe we could do, I guess that'd be through you to Director Huff.
Director Huff?
Thank you, Worship. To Councillor Derbyshire, so I think you've identified a strategy that we are actually employing now. So when we have new subdivisions, we make it a practice now to put the costs of the fencing and the requirement for the fencing onto the developer up front, and that really helps the landowners know how much land they own when they purchase the lot, as well as to avoid those encroachment issues that we sometimes find onto municipal property or trails, etc.
Any other comments? So I think there was some, I heard what Councillor Pelkman and Councillor Wilsey said, so we'll put it to a vote, and if it doesn't pass, then unless you want to bring an amendment, Councillor Pelkman.
I think I'd like to make an amendment. We just throw this back to staff to do some rewording and bring it back at the next meeting. The rewording is minor, so it shouldn't take too long, but I think for the potential costs that it could incur the municipality, I think it'd be a wise idea for us to reword that piece and bring it back.
I know Deputy Clerk's gonna point out, we have a second in motion, so we need to vote on the motion in front of us. Is that correct?
Correct. I would vote on the motion in front of you, and then we can certainly proceed with a different motion to the same effect that you're suggesting. So the original motion was moved by Councillor Kennis and seconded by Councillor Pelkman.
One more, Deputy Mayor.
Well, I believe what Councillor Pelkman just made a motion of referring it back to staff, which would trump the original motion, as opposed to defeating the original motion. Motion to refer can come in front of the original motion.
The amendment, I'm gonna get corrected here by the Deputy Clerk, but I do believe we have to deal with the motion.
Because we already do have the motion on the floor, we should close that off.
Yeah.
That's not in with your policy and procedures, I believe. Motion to refer, motion to defer will trump the original motion, so that it doesn't die. Otherwise, we kill the original request, which is not what we're trying to do. We're trying to refer it back to somebody.
We can get the original, whoever to make an amendment, a friendly amendment.
Right, so if Councillors Canis and Falkbein are agreeable to the friendly amendment, that the local service and oversizing policy be referred back to staff to make the recommended updates.
Okay.
Are they?
You okay with that friendly
you're
amendment?
agreeable? Okay.
Okay. So, we'll vote on, what are we voting on? The motion with the amendment?
We'll be voting on the motion with that amendment.
Okay, all in favor of the motion with the amendment? Opposed, if any? Carried. Now move to 7.22, third quarter of the 2023 BBP update, BBP-2023-126. Recommendation that a report BBP 2023 be received by council for information. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Brennan. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is the information on the applicability of the Line Fences Act BBP 2023-120. Have a motion to receive the report first. Motion to receive the report, Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next two motions are the council exempt the municipality from the Line Fences Act and further the bylaw number 85-23 exempting the municipality from the Line Fences Act be referred to the bylaws section of the agenda for approval. Motion to carry, Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Canis. Questions, if any? Councillor Wilsey.
I'm a little bit confused by this one. I see the Line Fences Act is a provincial law. As a municipality, we are around because of a provincial law. How can we pass a law that will override a provincial law? I thought with everything planning and every other place with environmental regulations, we cannot pass a law that supersedes a provincial law. So I'm just confused as to how we can do it in this case when we can't do it in every other case when we want to do that.
Did you want to answer that, Director Huff?
Thank you, Worship. Through to Councillor Wilsey. So section 98.1 and 90.2 of the Municipal Act does provide an opportunity specifically for municipalities to opt out of the Line Fences Act. So the provincial legislation as imposed by the Municipal Act does give us an opportunity to exempt ourselves, all or a portion of the municipality.
Any other? Councillor Derbyshire.
All right, I got a few. I guess my first question was, and I think you just answered it, is are we referring to the municipality as a whole or the municipality as a singular, like we own land and we want to exempt ourselves from being part of this? Or are we saying as a municipality as a whole, we are exempting the whole municipality and we're gonna make our own rules now?
Director Huff, one question. Yeah.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Derbyshire. So the intent is to exempt the entire municipality, including our own lands, but the entire municipality. The intent is not to replace the Line Fences Act with something else. It's to exempt ourselves, the whole municipality. So the Line Fences Act doesn't provide a standard for fencing in the municipality. It only adjudicates boundary adjustments. So the fencing bylaw wouldn't replace the Line Fences Act, as an example, if that's what you were thinking. We would simply get out of the business of adjudicating boundary adjustments. Boundary disputes.
Councillor Derbyshire.
Okay, so with that information now, when you say adjudicate, when we run into a problem again about not even where is the fence, how about who's responsible for the fence? Who pays, who does half, who doesn't do half? We're now going to adjudicate this, even though there's a perfectly good way here to tell you how to do it.
Councillor, everybody's a councillor tonight. Director Huff.
Thank you, Worship. To Councillor Derbyshire. So no, we would not be doing anything with relating to disputes on fencing locations. So, or the cost of fencing. So if two neighbors couldn't decide about a fence, who wants to pay for who or where it should be located, we will not be doing that.
Yep.
I'm gonna go through again.
Yeah, go through me, and then we'll.
Through you to Director Huff. So in here you said that you tried all other options and seek out to try to avoid this situation with, I believe this is where we're kind of into it, where somebody put up a fence and is now asking for us to pay for half through this Line Fences Act. So what other solutions did we look into to try to avoid this situation?
Director Hoff.
Through your worship to Councillor Derbyshire. So if you could just rephrase it. So I understand the question. So how would we avoid having to pay for a boundary fence on our land? Is that the crux of the question?
It struck me as kind of a line that where I went and I thought, well, what other options did we try to, in order to avoid this situation? The municipality sought out options in order to avoid this situation. I thought it was kind of a line that I didn't really, but maybe not. Anyways, that one doesn't even really matter, I'll be honest with you. I guess my big thing is, I would ask you to explain how removing the fence viewers, because I'm looking at it rurally. I realize you're probably looking at it urban, I'm looking at rural. So we're gonna take 3 of my peers, which you pick them, right, the fence viewers, and we're letting them make the decision as to how this goes and how this is, the right way to go. They decide, they pick, right? It's already laid out what side is whose and kind of how we go about it. I don't understand. I guess that's where I'd like to know how removing the public from this decision-making seems to be better.
Director Hoff.
And in removing the public, we're not replacing this, we're just getting rid of it. So you can go to court, essentially, is how it's gonna go, right?
Director Hoff.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Derbyshire. Oh, thank you. So that's essentially the direction this report suggests, because it is difficult for us to avoid the situation where, under the Line Fences Act, the municipality would continue to be subject to an incredible amount of liability. We have no way of knowing when these requests could come forward. We'd have no way of budgeting for those requests coming forward. And so it is a concern about that unbudgeted potential liability that faces the municipality being subject to the Line Fences Act. And unfortunately, there are a number of disputes between neighbors that are just that. They're private matters, whether a tree falls, grading issues, in some cases, those are private matters. And so this would turn from being a very seldom used piece of legislation. I think we're trying to look at records. I think it's only been used once that I could find. And replacing it with the direction to a neighborhood dispute that they would have to try to deal with it privately or potentially litigate, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just want to, so Director, there is an avenue that homeowners can avail themselves of in a dispute. By doing this, we don't completely cut off homeowners, landowners from any other avenue. They do have avenues they could use.
Correct, Your Worship. They could pursue it legally between themselves.
Okay, cool. Thank you. One more, Councillor Derbyshire, if you wanted to.
I'll give you one more. I guess to me, you said,
Councillor Derbyshire.
oh yeah, turn this on. Sorry, through you to, I'm just gonna make a comment. We've had one case in however many years, 10 years. Nobody said the cost is $10,000, $12,000, a significant cost. I don't know. I know the fence viewers don't make a whole lot of money, so they're not the significant cost. We're gonna throw this whole thing out and exempt ourselves when if you actually read it, it's not a bad piece of legislation. If you can explain to me where the liability lies with us when we make the decision, I guess from an agricultural standpoint, I have a hard time throwing this out and then replacing it, where I put up the fence. Now, my neighbor decides, hey, you know what, that's a good idea, Bo. I'm gonna get some cows. Now he's using my fence, right? Do I get to go back to him and say, hey buddy, you will have the fence? Or your cows are now pushing through my fence. Who's responsible for that? The municipality goes, nope, not our problem, go to court, boys. Like, I just don't see why we're throwing this out. I don't understand it. So.
Okay, did you have something, Councillor Tolkien? You had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, I
We'll
did.
bring it to a vote.
Thank you. I just, over the years, the lack of a fence bylaw has come up multiple times. I'm not gonna say every year but we run into these odd situations where somebody decides they built a 12-foot fence and there's nothing we can do about it, but someone's looking at a wall out their back window. I see the point of having a set of rules and guidelines in the urban areas. I can't speak to what it's like in the rural areas because I just don't, I can't even begin to fathom how much it would cost you to fence a field, but it must be an enormous amount of money. But from an urban perspective, I see the point of having rules, as well as, there's been a number of times I've received calls about someone who's decided to replace a fence that wasn't falling over and expects their neighbor to pay for half of it when maybe they don't have the ability to do so. So those are the situations that I've run into since being a councillor.
Okay, Councillor Brannan.
Just a clarification on some of the comments made. It says, notably, the Act only applies to the request for new fences or the repair of damaged fences and cannot be invoked after a fence has already been constructed retroactively. So I think that's important to note, given the example that was just cited. So in a situation like that, the Act would not apply.
Okay. Any other? I think so we have a motion in front of us. Second motion, all in favor of the motions?
Trying to drum them up or don't?
No, I'm opposed if any. No, I was looking around. Opposed if any? Motion's defeated. Dedication, we'll go to 7.24, dedication of public highway, Wright Street. Motion to receive report BBP 2023-124, dedication of public highway Wright Street be received by council. Motion to receive, Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried.
Question.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. That doesn't affect the vote. What I am curious about is, every day when I drive to work, I drive the entire width of Strathroy using all of Metcalf East and Albert Street, and I pass a number of multi-unit residential places, and what I'm seeing more and more frequently is people standing on the side of the road waiting to get picked up as people are riding into work. I'm trying to think ahead at some point that some kind of public transit may be in our future, and that's maybe 20 years down the road or whatever. But as we're approving the site plans for some of the buildings, I'm wondering if we should start including drop-off pickup areas that could potentially in the future double as a bus stop should we ever get to that point. That's just my comment.
Okay. Go to the next two motions. Council dedicate the remaining portion of Wright Street as a public highway. And further, the council refer bylaw number 76-23 to the bylaws section of the agenda for approval. Motion to accept for Councillor Kennis, second by Deputy Mayor McGuire. Questions, if any? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is the proposed amended draft fence bylaw. Motion to receive the draft bylaw. Councillor Kennis, seconded by, need a seconder. Folks, we need seconders tonight. Councilor Hippel, all in favor of receiving the report? Carried. Next two motions are the council directs staff to finalize the amended fence draft bylaw as directed and bring it forward to a future council meeting for approval. And further, the council directs staff to amend the pool fence bylaw to increase the fines as recommended and bring forward the amended bylaw to a future council meeting for approval. Someone to bring the motion. Councilor Pelkman, second by Councilor Kennis. Questions, if any? Councilor Wilsey.
Just listened to a lot of the comments we just had on the Line Fencing Act. I'm hoping that council would be agreeable that we make this bylaw apply only to areas within the urban boundaries. And the reason I think about that is we've got minimum heights and minimum fences. When I moved into my property 13 years ago, I have a half-acre backyard. I put up a page wire cattle fence, much like Councilor Derbyshire would do around his, just to keep my dog in. Fences make good neighbors. It doesn't obstruct anything. It's only 3.5 feet high. If this bylaw were put in, I'd have to make a minimum height fence. I wouldn't be able to see through it. That would have, instead of costing me, it would have been like 5 or 6 or 7 times the cost. I would never have been able to do it. I don't think that this bylaw, I believe, is helpful, but I don't believe it's suitable to rural lots. I think it's more suitable to urban areas.
Councilor Hippel.
Thank you through yourself. I would agree with Councillor Wilsey on that. I was going to bring that up, but speaking to a couple of people, 2 people in particular, kind of made the same comments on that, and I would tend to agree with Councillor Wilsey on that.
Yeah, Councilor Pelkman.
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with that, but the wording of the motion says that staff finalize the amended fence draft, so they have the ability to change that wording in the current motion. But I would agree with that concept.
Any other questions? Councilor Derbyshire.
So are we approving the fencing bylaw as it reads now? Is this what is that what I'm to understand, or just to accept the draft?
Well, the way I read it, 2 motions are, and I'll be corrected by the CAO, I know. I read it that we're direct staff to finalize the amended fence draft, but CAO McKibben.
Through the chair, I would be recommending that council give clear direction to staff as to what amendments you would like to see for that finalized version.
Okay, yep. Deputy Mayor McGuire.
In light of that, again, I would say we need to refer this back to staff, because there's definitely stuff that's being asked. And even though you have a seconded motion, pursuant to our procedure bylaw, section 42AII, I'm allowed to make a motion even though there's a seconded motion on the floor, if it's a motion to refer, defer, and there's a few others in there. So I just bring that to your attention. I have a concern under section 10B, I and II. This is talking, double I and triple I. This is talking about administration and enforcement. Notice in writing is deemed delivered when it has been personally served. I don't have an issue with that. Sent by regular mail to the address of the owner as shown on the last revised assessment roll, and then on the 7th day after the mailing. I have a problem with that. If you want to send it by registered mail and somebody signs an AR card, and then we know they've received it, but I don't think we can just assume that it's been given because we sent it to them. And the last one was when it's posted on the offending fence and or posted to the address. Again, I don't think simply taking any type of notice and posting it on a fence is deemed to be telling somebody that they are in violation of an act. So I think that just needs to be reconsidered, those last 2 sections about how we're serving a notice to somebody.
Deputy Mayor, did you make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we refer this back to staff for review, given the comments that council are raising now.
Someone to second? Are you seconding Councillor Pelkman?
I will, and I'll explain my reasoning. There's a lot of places now that don't get mail daily delivery, that maybe it's only every other day or depending on the mail volume. So I agree that 7 day is in modern day terms not appropriate. It may have been fine 20 years ago, but it's not now.
Any questions on the deferral, on the motion to defer?
Yeah, I agree with it. I just wanted to ask a question about if we are keeping the Line Fences Act now, we're not removing it. Does Section 5A apply the agricultural livestock? Should that even be in this bylaw at this point? Or are we contradicting the municipal act by making the owner of said animals responsible?
Going to defer to the CAO. I'm quite sure they've got all the questions when it comes back to us.
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, the Line Fences Act is just in regards to arbitration. It doesn't lay out the specifics to fencing. So if the content of the fence bylaw is what is important to determine the rules that council would like to have within the fence bylaw. So the Line Fences Act is just in regards to arbitration. The specific regulations and guidelines are held within the municipal.
Did you read 5? Not to stop you here, but.
Yes, so item 5 is in regards to setting out the parameters that property owners have to have fencing for livestock.
Right. But the Line Fences Act, if you don't construct it, right, does both. This one here is saying the owner of the livestock shall put the fence up.
Your mic, Councillor Derbyshire.
This is here is saying that the owner of the livestock has to put the fence up.
Through the chair, correct.
Yeah.
That's not what the Line Fencing Act says.
Yep. CAO McKibben.
Through the chair, so the Line Fences Act is in regards to, it sets out the rules of how to arbitrate. It sets out the rules of arbitration. It doesn't set the guidelines for the content of fences.
Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Wilsey, then we'll.
I'm wondering if I could just jump in here to make this easy. If we're talking about putting it only in rural or urban areas, not rural, do we even need the agricultural livestock? Because there's no place that you can have livestock in Strathroy or Mount Bridges or an urban area. Can we just delete that whole agricultural livestock section?
I'll defer to CEO McKibben again to suggest they're writing everything down, and when it comes back, we sat here tonight and wrote everything down. The bylaw, let's give staff the opportunity to come back with amended bylaw based on what they've heard tonight. We have Councillor Canis.
Just a comment, you know, I appreciate all of the recommendations for change, but and I'm fine with that. I just think that we do, as was mentioned when this whole discussion started, the importance of having some sort of fence bylaw in the urban areas. And so I don't want people to think that we're gonna throw out the whole thing. That's not the intention, and I fully support some sort of fence bylaw within the urban boundaries of the municipalities.
Okay. So we have a second motion in front of us to defer the report back to staff. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. 7.26 is recommendation on Albert Street Planning Evaluation Report. Recommendation of report BBP-2023-131 regarding OPA 2-2023 and ZBA 4-2023 be received by council. Motion to receive. Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Palmer. All in favor? Carried. The next three motions excuse me, read as follows. That amendment number 16 to the official plan of the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc, application OPA 2-2023, which would redesignate the lands formerly part of the lands municipally known as 599 Albert Street, Strathroy, from community facility to residential be adopted and forwarded to the County of Middlesex for consideration and approval, and further, that the rezoning application ZBA 4-2023, which would rezone the lands formerly part of the lands municipally owned as 599 Albert Street, Strathroy, from institutional to site-specific high-density residential, be approved, and further that bylaw number 83-23 and bylaw 84-23 be referred to the consideration of bylaws section of the agenda for approval. That's a lot. Motion to carry. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Pelkman. Questions, if any? I believe with Mr. Williams, he's there. Tim, you're going to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I won't belabor this. This is an item that was before council
And just a quick note, Tim, we're having trouble hearing the audio.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Am I getting any better? I don't know.
Not a lot.
Try a different.
There you go.
Is that any better?
Bingo.
There it is.
All right. I'll just move in a little bit closer to my screen and hopefully things work out well. I'll be quick with this. This is a public meeting that occurred in August of this year. Members of council will probably remember that council meeting. This is a property that's located on the north side of Albert Street. It was a mouthful for the mayor to run through, so we'll just say that it's directly in front of Strathroy Lodge. It's shown in yellow on this plan. The application is a 4-story building with 85 units. 100 parking spaces are being proposed. Amenity space is meeting the definition, the required amount that's in the zoning bylaw. The definition is being changed to allow for this amenity space to be located inside the building as well as outside of the building. This is similar to words that council will remember that we changed for commercial and downtown amenity areas in mixed-use buildings, and this is just following up with that. You'll note that it's a mix of units, basically a 50-50 split between 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom with a small number of bachelor units. Councillor Pelkman mentioned something earlier during this meeting that I picked up and I've heard about drop-off areas in this plan that you can see in front of you of the building. Albert Street is at the bottom. There's right in the center, there's a main entrance that could be used as a pickup area for those that are coming and going. But Albert Street is quite busy, so staff have worked with the applicant to create a drop-off lay-by that's located at the back within the parking area for this development. So consultation occurred. I mentioned the public meeting. There are other agency comments in the submissions, in the report, and the report also speaks to the policy and analysis for this particular development. This is a official plan amendment that's changing from community facility to residential, and it's seeking a zoning bylaw change that's similar, institutional to residential, and there are some development standards that are changing as a result of this as well. I talked about the amenity area being defined as being indoor and outdoor. I would say that also there's a reduction in parking requested, 86 parking spaces for tenants, whereas 107 is required. But the parking area is increasing over what is the parking coverage normally that's permitted. So this is a balance between the two, those two provisions. One, we're increasing the parking area, but it's not necessarily as much as what is required by the zoning bylaw. They're also providing bicycle parking spaces for tenants if they wish to take a different mode of transportation. There's also a density factor and a setback to Albert Street, and all of these details are found in the report as well. So in terms of next steps today, it's a decision by council on the official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment, that official plan amendment decision would then be forwarded to council, county council, for a final decision. And there is a 20-day appeal period for both of these amendments. So those are my submissions. Happy to answer any questions that may come up. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Any questions? No? Seeing none, we'll bring to a vote the motion in front of you. All in favor of the motion in front of us? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thanks, Tim. I'll go to community services. The ice allocation policy update, motion to receive the report. Councillor Pammer, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. There are two motions that council approves the ice allocation policy update as recommended by the Community Development Advisory Committee, and further the bylaw number 87-23 ice allocation policy be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda for approval. Motion to carry, Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Elkman. Any questions? Councillor Brennan.
I've been asked by several people in the community approximately how many organizations that are based in our community or in our municipality are involved in using this regulation. How many sports organizations that have boards and stuff like that. So that'd be through the mayor to probably our director of recreation, just to get an idea of the number of organizations that we're dealing with when we draft this policy.
Director Lilborn.
Through your worship to Councillor Brennan, minor sporting organizations, there would be the Blue Water Hawks, Strathroy Minor Hockey, Strathroy Figure Skating, as well as the Junior B team. But then all of the adult users and private users as well are affected by this policy one way or another with regards to ice allocation. And that's, I don't have a number for you. It could be well over 100.
Councillor Brown, follow up.
Just to follow up, yeah, I mean, and that's probably the answer that I anticipated, but it's sort of like being the air traffic controller for all the ice. And there's many demands by many organizations, and this is just an attempt to have a standard, rational way of approaching it so that it's seen to be a transparent and fair process for all. Is that through the director, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Brennan, absolutely. That is the main reason for the policy.
Any other questions? Councillor Wilsey.
This one is just more a little bit of clarification. When I read on page 6, it has suspended ice time must be paid for by the organization individual in order to maintain good standing. I guess what I don't understand is I see the paragraph before it talks about being suspended if you don't pay for the ice when you're booking it or before you have to use it. So I guess I'm confused about why they have to, if they're suspended, why they have to pay for that ice time and what suspended ice time is. Because if we're suspending it and they don't use it, we can just rent it out. Just this sentence doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm just looking for more clarity. If this is going to be a bylaw and people are going to have to understand what it's saying, it's just not, I don't think it's clear enough.
Director Lilborn.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, the intent of that is if an organization who is 60 days delinquent, a report would come to council recommending with the suspension of their ice. That suspension we would hold their ice for them until such time as they would become in good standing by paying us, but they would have to pay for that suspended ice as well. So if they're suspended for a week and there's a debt incurred over that week, they would have to pay for that ice that they didn't use as well to become current. If council directs us to allow us to rent the ice while they're suspended, then obviously we would not charge them for that ice that we gained revenue on. But the challenges of us renting the ice in that short a period is very limited for us to be able to do that turnaround. So you'll see other areas of the policy where they have to give us a certain number of a time frame to cancel their ice without penalty. If they cancel their ice within that time period, they have to pay us a minimum of 50% of that ice time, or we sell the ice, then they don't have to pay us anything. So it's just the ability to resell the ice time.
Follow up, Councillor Wilsey.
And that's a great explanation. I wish that we could update the policy to have language to make that more clear so that that's actually what's coming through. Because if we read it, we're putting this under the bylaw. We want to make sure that we don't need people coming and asking staff questions on how to interpret the bylaw.
Okay, any, Councillor Pam?
Through you to Director Leborn, there was a high profile, well, it was in the news recently, about a, in Southwestern Ontario, I can't remember what community it was, but there was a girls' non-competitive hockey team that went public saying that in their community they couldn't get ice time because the historical boys' ice hockey teams, you know, because year after year historically they get granted their ice time. And so this new group of young girls non-competitive hockey team couldn't get ice time in their community. And just wondering if the policy would address something like that. And it's really about getting equal ice time for girls teams as well as boys teams.
Director Leborn.
Through the chair to Councillor Pratt, 100%. This policy is set up to allocate ice fairly. If there's a new organization or an influx of registrations for one organization or another, that has to come to our attention so that we're able to go through, and you can see it's on page 4, there is a whole formula in which that we would allocate that ice time.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, you have the motion in front of you. All in favor of the motions? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is the event safety plan checklist. Motion to receive the report for information. Deputy Mayor McGuire, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried. Motion that council approve the event safety plan checklist as recommended by the Community Development Advisory Committee. Motion to accept, Deputy Mayor McGuire, second by Councillor Brennan. Questions, if any? Yep.
Just a comment, in an event I was part of, I'm not sure if, anyway, this checklist was brought out, and the comment by some of the people was that it was a pretty comprehensive checklist, but it was appreciated that it brought up a whole lot of things that people didn't think about. And so you know, there's a lot there, but also it certainly makes people aware of the different risks involved in holding an event. So.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion in front of us? Opposed, if any? Carried. 7.33, community garden proposal. Recommendation to receive the report. Some carried motion, Councillor Brennan, seconded by Deputy Mayor McGuire. All in favor? Carried. Motion is that council approve the recommendation from the CDAC that council supports the concept of a community garden to be placed at the parcel described as Plan M18 BLKA and direct staff to develop a plan to bring back to council. Motion to carry. Deputy Mayor McGuire, seconder, Councillor Hippel. Questions, if any? Pardon me?
Just, no.
Yeah, Councillor Wilsey.
I have did we receive buy-in from local residents on building this garden? I know it was discussed at CDAC. Unfortunately, I was traveling, so I wasn't there for this meeting. My concern is that I've seen a number of other community gardens that have just gone to weed, and then they end up having not just weeds. People don't, like, if you're gonna have a large garden, you have to maintain it every day. And I know at my house, I have a small, what I call a small garden. It's probably the size of some people's backyards. It's 20 by 40, but it takes us 10 to 15 hours a week just to keep that, and we've got all sorts of weed barrier and things down that this garden just won't have. So have you got buy-in from local residents? Are people gonna be responsible for keeping the weeds down? I'm assuming we don't have a budget, so we're not having town staff take care of this. So what is the plan to make sure that we're not having weeds and that it's actually gonna be taken care of?
Director Lilbourne.
Through your worship to Councillor Wilsey, this community garden is intended to be raised beds, so there'll be smaller gardens. It's not one large garden. And if you look on page 3, it identifies that the department still needs to conduct public consultation in the surrounding area with regards to design and receive community input. So we have not done that yet, but our intention is to do that. And we didn't want to go down the path if council wasn't in favor of us proceeding with this program.
Councillor Hippel.
This is just a comment, so through yourself. There are 4 municipalities, 4 that I know of. I don't know of other ones, but these 4 in particular that are in Middlesex County actually have them, and they're very, very effective. And the community is very involved in them, and they keep them up. It's well done, and there's a lot of community members I have no idea about here because you haven't done that yet, and I'm not on CDAC, so I mean that's not, I'm not coming from that spot, but I do know there's a lot of people in our community that talk about things like this, that this is important to them. Not everyone has a big backyard that they can have a garden. Some of them have very, very small, or they're in townhomes and there's not a lot of areas, and if you look at the amount that people spend on groceries, et cetera, this is really important to them. So that's just my comment. It doesn't make it for everyone, but that's just my comment on this.
Any other questions? Councillor Pelkman, then Councillor Derbyshire.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I actually shared the same concerns that Councillor Wilsey had when the plan was first brought up. I've seen many community gardens when they consider the option of raised garden to be like one 2x6 or 2x8, and then it's just overgrown and the grass isn't cut around it. I think if we go forward with this, it needs to be maintained in some ways, shape or form. But part of the reason that it was me that suggested the other location is because I think that if we tucked it into the Southfield Park, anyone on Southfield has a large enough backyard that they would probably use their own backyard for a garden, whereas the people who are most likely to use a community garden might be the people who live in the housing complex across the street from where I suggested. So it has a better chance, I think, of being used in that location. But I do think it needs some rules around maintenance even beyond the garden beds so that it doesn't become an unsightly mess.
Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess my concern is the same. I don't want to see it go, and again, I do not want to spend staff dollars on community gardens. I really think this should be a community-driven project, not that we can't help once it's up and going by the community. You know, I think if an organization came to us and said, look, we're going to do this, will you put your support behind it? I'm far more apt to support it that way as opposed to it to be kind of look like we're driving the bus and, you know, we'll bring the Rotary Club in or I would rather just put our support and our location behind where we are as opposed to feel like we're driving the bus.
Any Deputy Mayor McGuire?
Thank you. Sorry, I agree. I think, first of all, it's a great project, but I do agree with Councillor Derbyshire. This is not the first time we've had community gardens in this town. I know that West Swart with Swart Excavating facilitated one, now 15, 20 years ago. And it ran for a few years and it faded, and so they come, they go. So if the community group wanted to take this on, I think maybe the Horticultural Society might be some people to talk to, but I think No problems with us bringing them dirt and bring the, you know, like the roads guys bringing out a piece of equipment to help them do what they need to do, but I agree. If there's the land and we'll help you where we can, but if they want to do it, I think they need to drive it.
Okay. Councillor Pammer.
I disagree. I think what I'm hearing you say is you want some control over it. You want it not to get a mess and not to look like an eyesore and just grow over weeds, but then you want to put that all in another group. If the municipality is active participant in it, partnering with other organizations, then we have some say in keeping it maintained or keeping it in a way that you know, the other neighbors are going to be happy. Because if we give over full control of it, we just say, here's the land, go to town, then when the complaints start coming in, what do we do? How do we deal with it? So I think it's better that we actually have a bid involvement, and I believe that's the way the City of London does theirs. I mean, there are lots around the city, and you know, they turn on the water, and you know, they do different things to help make sure the gardens are functioning properly. They're not there every day maintaining them or watering or weeding for people, but I think we want to have some involvement, and personally, I don't think it's a bad thing for the municipality to be doing for our residents in partnership again with some other local organizations.
Any other comments? Councillor Canis.
Yeah, just, you know, I think it's not a large dollar amount that we're talking about here. I think it's a positive thing for the community, and I think really at this point it's really just reaching out to see what the community wants, and rather than quash it at this point, I think we should go to the community and see what the community wants. So.
Yep. And I will agree with that, and I'm sure Director Littleborn has taken all the comments and we'll take them into consideration, and we'll come back and we'll determine what we want to do. So, all in favor of the motion in front of you? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is 7.4, Engineering and Public Works. We have a report in front of us, the response to the Parkhouse Drive and Troops Road letter. There's a recommendation that council receive the report for information. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Canis. Questions, if any? I believe we have someone here to answer questions if we need to. Yeah. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor Wilson. So I have one, so I'm just waiting. Go ahead.
My question is that at the end, there's the financial cost, and it says it costs $5,000 to do this report, including staff time. What I would like to see is a breakdown of how much the engineering firm costs us to do that 2-page letter and how much we're allocating staff time for. That seems, for this report, $5,000 seems to be a very high cost. And for a 2-page report from a consultant, I'm hoping that wasn't the full $5,000, but if it also took 3 weeks of staff time to do a 2-page report, then that might speak to a larger issue within staff as well. Without knowing the numbers, I can't really state anything beyond what I just said, but I'd like to see a breakdown of how that $5,000 in cost was presented for a 2-page report. That seems fairly high.
Any other questions? Councillor Canis.
Just a comment on that. I expect things like there's traffic counts and stuff like that would cost a bit of dough as well. So you know, I expect that's all included in those costs. So.
Yeah, Councillor Wilsey.
As a comment to that, Councillor Canis, that cost was just for this response. $5,000 to get this response back is what the report says it cost. Not any of the work for the engineering or the study for this response to the question that we asked about the letter.
Okay. Any other comments? I have one, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, and it's one that's baffled me for some time. This report and others refer to the traffic handbook. So I'm not sure I'm going to ask this to, but the traffic handbook, is that recommendations from a certified board or a group, or is it actual Ontario traffic regulation? So, KCO, I'm not sure who to ask that question to, but I've always been curious about the handbook.
Through the chair to council. So the Ontario Traffic Manual, which is
Manual,
which is quoted in the report, It's a guideline document provided by the province. So the Ontario Highway Traffic Act is a legislated document, where the Ontario Traffic Manual is a provincial guideline document. That helps clarify the difference between the two.
Yeah, in my mind is, I've never seen it. It goes to some further discussions with regards to traffic and that, but I see the deputy mayor's hand up. I do see someone who may have a deputy mayor.
I have a little bit of knowledge in this. The OTMs, Ontario Traffic Manuals, there are many volumes. Each volume looks like a bound book. It's about 1 inch thick, and the first one might be about street signs. And it will tell you the size, the shape, the color, the reflection. It's detailed. And the idea with the OTMs are to give you a standard across the province, so wherever you go, a traffic sign looks like a traffic sign. You pretty much know how to drive. And other ones will tell you about road lines, and other ones will tell you about school crossings, and on and on and on. Highway Traffic Act is an RSO, Revised Statute of Ontario. It's what the police enforce.
Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Pelkman.
Just my only comment was, when it states about the always stop and the false sense of security. So I had some free time on Saturday, and I was up on the north end and knocked on some people's doors that I had spoke to during the election about the traffic, to see how the results of what we've been doing on the north end. And as we were standing there, I watched 2 people blow through the stop sign. So that's one thing on an urban road when the speed limit's supposed to be 50 kilometers. At that intersection where the speed limit's a lot higher, the danger of false insecurity is much higher. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention, that I would agree that given the percentage of the traffic coming from Troops Road versus Parkhouse, that an always stop might provide some people pulling out with a false sense of security, and we'll have some dangerous accidents there.
Any other questions? Seeing none, vote to receive report EPW-2023-68. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carries. Reports from board.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, I asked for a breakdown of the cost. Does that need to be a separate motion, or should I bring that up later?
Need to make the motions, Councillor Wilsey. Need to make a motion, then have someone second, so you can make an amendment. Make the motion, then someone needs to second it.
Should I do that under inquiries, or should I do that now?
You can do it now, yep.
I'd like to make a motion that we see the cost breakdown between staff time and engineering for the cost of this report.
Okay. Someone to second his motion. Deputy Mayor McGuire. Are there any questions of Councillor Wilsey? Seeing none, all in favor? Can I see the hands again? Sorry, I gotta have a look here. Carried, thank you. Reports from boards and committees. Recommendation of the reports from boards and committees be received for information. Motion to receive the reports. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Kennis. Any questions or comments on any of the, Councillor Pelkman?
So related to the comment that I just made, maybe requesting to the members of the Police Services Board that some level of police presence be at those new stop signs to make sure that people are actually stopping at them and the purpose of their installation is being met.
Okay. Councillor Kennis.
Just a comment on that, and in defense of those that accidentally go through the stop signs, we become creatures of habit, and I know myself, I have accidentally gone through that stop sign because for the first 29 years of my existence in this town, there was no stop sign there. So you become, and I guess maybe, shame on me, I guess that I should be paying better attention, but we get into habits as well, and I just, not everybody that goes through stop signs is doing so on purpose, and I guess that's the term accident, so.
Absolutely. You get it.
Appreciate your honesty, Councillor Kess. Deputy Mayor McGuire.
I almost went through it, and I knew it was there, obviously. Couple of things, I obviously see this stop sign many times a day from many different vantage points. So overall, I think compliance is better than it originally was. You could see people kind of get halfway through and hit the brakes and like, uh-oh. But I think it's working well, just from a resident. And I will throw a save out to my former colleagues. I see the unmarked cruisers sitting up in that area quite frequently. And certainly they're stopping those that have near misses or blow it, and I'm sure they do their job however they choose, because that's their right.
Any other comments? Councillor Pelican.
I guess since I brought it up, I will say that the people that I talked to were happy with that we did something, and that for the one gentleman in particular who was having trouble pulling out of his driveway, he feels he can do so now safely, although he still has to be careful. It's definitely a lot better, he said.
Any other comments, concerns? Just to follow up on yours, Councillor Pelican, regarding the Police Service Board, both Councillor Brennan and I sit on that, and I think traffic has been the topic du jour, and Chief Campbell brought a pretty detailed report at the last meeting, but we will certainly, it will help bolster our push for traffic. Councillor Brennan.
And I would encourage members of council, if they want to have a detailed presentation by representatives of the Police Service Board, especially the chief, on these matters, it's simply a request, and it can be accommodated if you want a presentation to council.
Any other? Okay, all those in favor of the recommendation? All in favor, opposed, Benny? Carried. County Council report, the Middlesex County Council highlights from October 10th and the highlights from October 24th. Deputy Mayor, anything to bring forward?
Yeah, just a couple. They're quite a bit in those two reports, but I do want to let you know a couple of things that we had at our 24th October meeting, because it's important that you guys understand. It's important for you to know what's happening at the county level. So the library is a county responsibility. Our library, we have 9 libraries in the county, 2 of them in our municipality, one in Strathroy, one in Mount Bridges. Roughly 20,000 active card holders, which is pretty good in today's world since most is done online. Almost 200,000 items have been checked out, such as books, and about 150,000 digital items have been checked out. So they're busy, and of course the main library is next door to us in this building. In Strathroy. Speed changes, we dealt with that at the county level for county roads. At the request of our neighbors, Chippewa the Thames First Nation, we did a speed reduction from 80 to 60 on Muncie Road near Nimke Center, and there was also some speed reductions along Glendon Drive in the Komoka area and out to the west towards Appin. So we deal with frequently the same type of stuff as we do here in speed. I can tell you that 2022 there was a surplus from our budget at county, about $2 million from county and $30,000 from the library. All of that was transferred into tax rate stabilization reserve, which now holds just over $9 million. So that's a great asset that we get to use at the county to keep our tax rate where it needs to be. For 2023, we'd had a budget variance report 9 months into the year. We are expecting about a $300,000 surplus. We are facing some increasing challenges, primarily from the paramedic service, MLTS, and a great deal of that has to do with increased call volume and offloading delay. I'll tell you, on the 28th of this month, we have our inaugural meeting. It happens every year, obviously, and it is at that time we will select the next warden for 23-24.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. now move to inquiries and comments. Let's start with Councillor Cass.
The only thing I will mention is that November 24th, Friday night, most of the world celebrates Black Friday. That day, I believe, is hometown Christmas here in the downtown of Strathroy that evening from 4 to 8, and a number of organizations, including the DIA, the municipality. I think the Lions light the Christmas tree at the front of the town hall. All of those events will take place during that evening, so it should be a nice evening, and I hope people will put it in their calendars and join us downtown on November 24th.
Councillor Wilsey.
I have a couple things. The first one is just clarifying. I've had a lot of questions over the last few weeks about the Caradoc housing loan. The question that I get most often was just with the minutes and how the minutes went through it, there was some confusion by people who were watching the meeting. I just want to confirm, and if I can have the Director of Finance confirm this, that this was a one-time loan and it's not a line of credit that we opened up for Caradoc housing. So there would have been a money that where $2 million was paid from one of our accounts to Caradoc housing, and it's not a revolving line of credit. That's just that's the first question.
Yep. Director Dakin. You're referring to the $2 million, not the 1. Yep. Director Dakin.
So just to clarify through you, Chair, to Councillor Wilsey, you're inquiring about the $2 million recent discussion with Council on the money to Caradoc housing.
Correct.
Without those minutes in front of me, I'm not sure exactly my understanding. I can give you what my understanding is, but I think we should refer to the minutes of the meeting. My understanding is it was a one-time amount that Council lent to Caradoc housing, but without the specific minutes, I'm not comfortable giving an answer other than that.
And that's my understanding as well. People have asked me to clarify that, so is there some way that we could clarify that so that we get it clear to the public about what it was and which account it came from out of the municipal finances?
Yes, we can see it. We'll endeavor to do that.
Do we need a motion for that?
Do we need a motion?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, so the recommendation states that it was a fixed $2 million loan to the Caradoc Housing Corporation instead of connecting it to the revolving account.
Okay.
So pretty clear. Yep.
Okay, good. Yep.
My second question is for different departments for the Director Lowborn. I've had a lot of inquiries. I've had a lot of inquiries over the last few weeks since the Cenotaph Park sign has gone up in Mount Bridges. Is there something we could do to put Mount Bridges on that sign? So it says the Mount Bridges Cenotaph Park. It says Mount Bridges on the library. I've got a lot of comments from people that they want it known as Mount Bridges Cenotaph Park rather than just Cenotaph Park. And I'm not sure what the official designation is, but I'm wondering if there's a way we could get that added to the sign. There seems to be a lot of room, so I don't think space is an issue.
Director Lilborn.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, the name that we have, the official name that we have is Cenotaph Park. The name of the library is Mount Bridges Library, and the name of the Strathroy Library, Strathroy Library. That's why the names went the way they want. If council wants to direct me to add Mount Bridges to the sign at Cenotaph Park in Mount Bridges, by all means, we can look at what that would cost and what it would take to do that. They are a painted steel sign with reflective vinyl letters on it, so I'm sure it's possible to do. I'm not sure it's possible to do at this time of year, considering the colder weather that we're getting into. But if council would like me to investigate that, by all means, I can do that.
Could I make a motion that we investigate the cost of adding the Mount Bridges lettering to that sign?
Make a motion. Need a seconder. Councillor Derbyshire. Any questions of Councillor Pelkman?
Just if we're doing that, could we have a visual first before any approval is made so that we can see that it's actually done appropriately and it doesn't look like it's added haphazardly. Yeah.
Councillor Pammer.
And I'm just, for clarification, because I saw some discussion about this, I think, on Facebook. Was there only one sign that the people were not happy with? Is there more than one? Or like, are we opening up a can of, not a can of worms, but is there gonna be more signs that people want changed? Or is it just the one?
Councilor Pipple's saying that there's a cycle. I'm only aware of the Cenotaph one. I've heard about it from people at the Legion when I've stopped by recently, so, and a number of other people, including social media, so. Councilor Pipple.
I can't tell you what the other one was, to be honest with you, off the top of my head. But I know that there was talk about another sign, that there was 2 signs, but the main one was the Cenotaph. So honestly, I can't remember what the other one was.
Councillor Brennan.
Just to jump in, if we were going to do that with the sign, that I'd also recommend that we officially change the name of the park to Mount Bridges Cenotaph Park, so that we are naming things after their official names. Thank you.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So we have a motion in front of us, second motion. Paul? Yeah, read the motion.
Just for clarity, so, okay. So it was a motion from Councillor Lilsey, seconded by Councillor Derbyshire, that staff report on the cost of adding Mount Bridges to the Cenotaph Park sign. Further, that the design is to be reviewed by council. I believe that was Councillor Putman's request. And further, that we officially rename Cenotaph Park to Mount Bridges Cenotaph Park.
Yep. You okay with that, Councillor Wilsey? All in favor? Carried.
And one last thing.
You are.
Not even a question. I just want to remind everyone that Remembrance Day is coming up and to attend both Cenotaph Parks and both Strathroy and Mount Bridges, and support your local legions and the veterans and remember them coming up weekend.
You're only one. Councillor Derbyshire.
I do have an inquiry. I'm gonna probably have to tread lightly and make sure I don't let anything out here that I'm not supposed to. But it came to my attention that a report that was requested had made its way out and about to the public. Said report was also given to another department to look at, and it was a requested report by council. So my question is to whoever or whatever, I mean, how do we end up with these things happening without, like, I guess I thought everything kind of went through council first, but I was informed that no, that the staff deals with it first and then brings a staff report with the said thing we were asking for. I don't know whether I have a question in here or not. I guess I was just kind of baffled at what kind of had gone on and how something like that, when we get to dates on wanting things back, I guess that's why I began to put dates on it, because it can sit wherever without us seeing it. Some other people know about it. Other motions are made around it. Like it becomes a cluster, I guess. And I don't know whether there's something in here more than me just without actually saying what it was and how it went down. It's hard to.
Why don't we defer to the CAO?
Through the chair to council. So we have, for any reports that come in from third-party consultants, we have an internal process that it comes in. Some reports involve multiple departments, as in this case, or most reports involve multiple departments. And I'm always included, even if a department is doing it, I'm always included in the circulation of that draft report. So draft reports come in to staff. Staff have a conversation with the third-party consultant for clarification, even sometimes say there's a spelling mistake, and then we get a final draft, and the final draft comes to council with the staff report accompanying that final report. So that is the process that the municipality undertakes when we have third-party reports coming to council.
And I do appreciate that. I guess that's very clear. When we have a leak or where it gets out, obviously that's, and it's not to all of, it's just certain members of council and then made its way to the public. Do we have a channel protocol or whatever else for what happens now?
CEO McKibben.
So as the CAO, I have those conversations with staff and I deal with that from my seat to deal with those types of issues that come forward that involve staff.
We'll allow Councillor McKibben to deal with it. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one minor item, and I think Councillor Talkman alluded to it the other week as well. But a lot of leaves out there. If you're bagging your leaves and taking them off to the transfer station, that's fantastic. Could you also make an effort to clean up the leaves that maybe are in front of your house that are on the street and maybe help clear any drains? And please do not blow leaves out onto the street, because all it's going to do is block the drains, and you get blocked drains and then it freezes and you get puddles and you get all kinds of hazards. So please, everyone, take care of the leaves on your property and the leaves in front of your property, and don't let them get over the drains. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pell.
I don't think I could have said it any better, so I'll leave it there, other than to say that if you are blowing the leaves out in the street, that is very dangerous for motorcyclists.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you. I was going to mention Remembrance Day. Obviously, everyone is wearing their poppy, but I think I'll leave it because Councillor Wilsey said that perfectly. But what I am going to tell you is that we've got an incredible amount of SDCI and HCC students within our community that are doing their grade 11, grade 12, that are doing co-op programs. And there's a lot of placements that are right in our community, and whether they're in agriculture or they're in, they could be in, you know what I should do is, they're everywhere. I mean, they're just in every business you can think of. And I mean, I guess why I'm putting it out there is just I want to thank the business community, because we're getting a lot of great feedback on this. And the students that are coming up into that, I guess it's into that age where they're going to be going off into post-secondary school, and they're going to be making these choices on what they do. These are the children, this is the generation that will be at some point will be sitting here. So I just want to thank the business community, thank the teachers, and truly the students that are getting out there and working in these co-op positions, because this is future generations that we need to see, and there are leaders coming up. So well done to everyone.
Councillor Pammer.
Just to continue with the event theme, on Saturday, November 18th is the Rico Foods Strathroy Lions Santa Claus Parade, which will be happening down at Frank and Front in the usual route, which I believe starts around Shoppers Drug Mart and then comes along Front Street and up Frank. Just a reminder, there'll be some road closures downtown to prepare for that, so please plan accordingly. But hope to see everybody out downtown for the annual Rico Foods Strathroy Lions Santa Claus Parade.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Got a couple of things here I've jotted down. First of all, tomorrow after our county meeting, which usually finishes around 3 o'clock, there is a ceremony going on recognizing the long service awards for Middlesex London Paramedic Service. So certainly the mayor and I will be there for that, and it's an incredible work that they do under some very difficult situations these days. So receiving your long-term service medal is quite an accomplishment. On the weekend, again, the mayor and I were together with our wives, and we had some friends join us. We attended the 37 Frank Street banquet over at the Strathroy Lions Hall. So Dave Burdan from 37 Frank Street did a wonderful job putting on his first ever banquet. The young gentleman that works over there, Jackson, is an incredible entertainer, and I think probably had us in stitches laughing, and at the same time tears running down our face from the different stories and stuff going on. They had a great fundraising event, so you had to buy your dessert for your table. So it was all fancy cakes. A lot of people donated some incredible desserts, and the money that those desserts went for made me wonder if I'm in the right room, that like there was some serious money being donated in the community. So for everybody, including the mayor, who made incredible purchases on desserts in support of 37 Frank Street, you know, that was a plan a couple of years ago. The crash pad system is now up and running. That was what we talked about when we first got in, so some great things happening there. And just to follow up with what Councillor Derbyshire was saying about the reports, I do believe that when reports are requested by council, that they do come back to council. And because we certainly have motions that we can refer and defer and do a bunch of different things with those and get them out to the committees or whoever they then need to go to. And I do, Your Worship, have one question for you to the CAO. And it has to do with the other comment raised this evening about dates and putting dates for return if we defer something. And so my question is rather simple. If we put a return date of the 18th of December, for instance, I think was the one we were talking about, and you were unable to make that date, I mean, it's not going to happen, would it not be correct, you would just simply come to council at a prior meeting or that meeting and say, you know, things are such that we just didn't get it done, and we would just bounce it to another date, correct?
CAO McKibben.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Or if there's discussion going on with council with the date, and I felt, knowing what I may know, that we may not be able to meet that date, I would inform council while you're deliberating the date for it to come back. So if I knew, for example, that, you know, we had X going on and that it would take a certain amount of time, I would inform council of that.
Thank you. Okay. We talk about Remembrance Day, and Councillor Brennan is a historian. He'll tell you that typically rural communities in the past have punched way over their weight in terms of young men and women that have gone on to serve our country, and in some cases pay the ultimate sacrifice. And I'm always struck by that when I'm at the Mount Bridges Community Center and I see the list of people from Caradoc Township at the time who served and paid the ultimate sacrifice. And I thought of that yesterday when we were at Melbourne for their Remembrance Day service. You know, Melbourne's a small town, and the list of farm kids who went and served this country is amazing, and I know it's here too in Strathroy. So when Councillor Hipple, you talk about our youth, it was typically farm youth who went and served this country so that we can be here tonight to enjoy doing what we're doing. On a personal story about youth, I had an uncle who at the age of 15, typically I'd say ran away from home, but took leave without permission from my grandmother and went and served in the Canadian Army, and they found him in Italy. And his punishment was just to write a letter to my grandmother apologizing. But the point I'm making is that it's the youth of the world who pay the sacrifices for war so that old people like me can sit here and pontificate. But I do think about that. Rural communities like ours have punched above their weights. I hope that as many people as possible can attend the Remembrance Day services and remember that we owe a lot to a lot of people. So thank you. Next meeting is regular council meeting on Monday, November 20th, 2023 at 6 p.m. And a special note, the Finance Committee will meet on Monday, November 27th. We'll now move in camera. recommendation that council move into closed session at 8:30 PM for the purposes of discussing the following. One item in accordance with council's procedure bylaw to approve in-camera meeting minutes, and two items pursuant to section 23(9)(2)C of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board property matters, and one item pursuant to section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act as amended regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board legal matter. Three items pursuant to section 239(2)F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose legal matters. Motion to move into closed session. Councillor Kennis, second by Deputy Mayor McGuire. All in favor? Carried. On closed session, we were met in closed session to discuss one item in accordance with council's procedure bylaw to approve in-camera meeting minutes, and 2 items pursuant to section 239, 2C of the Municipal Act, as amended regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and one item pursuant to section 239, 2E of the Municipal Act as amended regarding litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and 3 items pursuant to section 239, 2F of the Municipal Act as amended regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. There was no direction in closed sessions. We do not need to approve that. There was a one. Okay, recommendation of the direction in closed session be approved. Councillor Wilsey, second by Councillor Palmer. All in favor? Carried. Consideration of bylaws.
This evening, bylaw number 7623, this is the bylaw pertaining to the dedication of certain lands as part of the public highway, being Wright Street. We're looking for first, second, third, and final reading.
Motion to bylaw number 76-23 receive first, second, and third and final reading. Motion, Deputy Mayor McGuire, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried.
Bylaw number 8323 being a bylaw to adopt amendment number 16 to the official plan of the municipality, and this pertains to the planning report regarding Albert Street. We heard from the planner earlier this evening.
Motion to approve bylaw number 83-23 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Motion, Councillor Pelkman, Councillor Wilsey second. All in favor? Carried.
Bylaw number 8423 is related, and this is being a bylaw to amend the zoning bylaw of the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc regarding that property adjacent to 599 Albert Street.
Approval of a bylaw to amend bylaw number 43-08, being the zoning bylaw of the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc, property adjacent to 599 Albert Street. Yeah.
Yes, we're just looking
Yep,
for first,
just-
second,
yep.
third, final reading.
Motion.
Yep.
Councillor Palmer, second by Councillor Pelkman. All in favor? Carried.
Bylaw number 8523 was initially the bylaw related to the Line Fences Act report we heard earlier this evening, and will be removed from the consideration of bylaws further to council's decision on that matter. Bylaw number 8623 was the bylaw to adopt a local servicing oversizing policy, and that has been referred back to staff and will also be removed from consideration this evening. Bylaw number 8723 is a bylaw to adopt an ice allocation policy, and we're looking for first, second, and third and final reading.
Motion that bylaw number 87-23 receive first, second, and third and final reading. Motion, Deputy Mayor McGuire, second by Councillor Hippel. All in favor? Carried.
And finally, bylaw number 8823 is a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of this evening's meeting. Looking for first, second, and third and final reading to confirm the proceedings of the November 6th meeting of council.
Motion that bylaw 88-23 receive first, second, third, and final reading. Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Derbyshire. All in favor? Carried. Motion that the November 6, 2023 regular council meeting adjourn at 11 p.m. Deputy Mayor McGuire, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried.
No.
How'd the truck make that vote?
Going to the diesel, man. That's probably not good.